Well, that sucked. There's another long day in the queue. It is currently 9:25 p.m. I'm not quite sure how long I spent in the queue, but I know that when I started it, the noonday sun was threatening to break through these windows over here, so it was pretty long. When we left off last, we were about halfway through the Garlemald map, I think. We just saw the conclusion of what was going on with Quintus, which I thought was pretty awesome. Like I was saying last night, I think we're getting back to seeing Garlemald as the human element, like the gray, the politics, the complication between the light and the darkness, even though we're starting to see them kind of come together. And rather than get here and immediately realize everything's wrong and they're super sympathetic and trying to change the tone all at once, we're seeing some of that complexity. We're seeing some of that stubbornness. We're seeing that some of working the best you can with the information you have, even if it's not totally accurate. And I thought Quintus was a great example of that. He felt like a really, really cool character for this game. Unfortunately, though, he's gone. So it's time to move on from that. We got a couple of side quests here to do, which feels like a good way to get going towards hopefully the second dungeon. And if this is your first time joining this stream, I'm gonna let you know, I'm gonna like say this over and over throughout the night probably, but we are currently in emote only mode just to prevent run by spoilers. But if you're hanging out and you find that you really would like to chat, you really would like to engage, just click the Discord button below this video and pop into the campfire and let us know, hey, I'd like to talk. This is my Discord name. And I will VIP you for this particular segment. It'll probably last until the end of the Endwalker main scenario. As long as you don't spoil anything, you're good. Oh, and harass people. Don't spoil and don't harass people. Should go without saying. But yeah, other than that, let's go. It is now tradition that I must watch stream while sitting in my own queue. I had up Netflix for a little bit, but I swapped over to Spotify. I was getting distracted. Oh, hello, Aqua. And even though it's a little slower, I tend to pick up a side quest, go do it, and come back, and then pick up the next one, rather than start 10, run out there, do a whole bunch of objectives out of context that I don't understand, go back and have no idea what happened. So in this one, I know that the Far Easterner thinks that they're a little intimidating, so we're gonna go do this for them so we don't spook the person that we're out here to see. And I tend not to read every single thing out loud, but I do give little summaries as to what's going on. Where are you? Same, Toasty. My theory was we were going to get here, and it was going to be a real easy choice for the Garleans. put aside your shit with the Warrior of Light or get tempered. And that we were just going to get here and team up with Nerva and build a contingency and start moving our unified army like pretty much right away. I'm glad it wasn't that, because we've done it before and it was satisfying before, but this is the end. This is Garlemald. This is, I mean, it should be new, it should be exciting, and it should be climactic considering we've been thinking about them as the bad guys the whole story. So getting here and dealing with Quintus first, that was unexpected but really cool. And just seeing kind of the different sides of everybody, because I think we also have, my favorite part of every story is all like the spies and smugglers and survivors that are all just caught in the middle trying to get by, and those are the people that I like the most. I'm still trying to actually process all the stuff that we saw yesterday. Because they were using this term over and over and over again, the Eels? I don't really know how to pronounce it. Was it IYL? It's like a Garlean rank for someone who takes over in times of emergencies. And yeah, eel. And it seemed like they were kind of using that as a code name for what's going on right now. Varus is gone, so we're relying on the eels. And I don't know if that was the whole explanation, like we saw that and that we're moving on because that was what it meant, or if that's like foreshadowing of something later. So we'll keep an eye on it, but yeah, I'm still kind of processing everything. And at some point later, I'd like to go back and do this in New Game Plus. I think I'd like to do the whole game in New Game Plus. Like get together some 1.0 history in terms of how I would present it, and then do 2.0 to 6.0 as New Game Plus with kind of an pre-prepared annotations. Because I'd really like to go through some of the stuff that we've done already with knowing what's coming, especially the segment with the sisters, because I just expected that to go like all Lovecraft, and it didn't. It was just tragic. The saga, the possibly dying gamepad continues. I've got a set of fresh batteries here just in case. Yeah, that's what I want to experience, Toasty. I want to experience kind of the full emotion of knowing the tone that it's supposed to be, because she had some interesting facial expressions that looked almost like borderline mean. And the song on the radio was super creepy, and she was like denying the creepy voice from inside, and I picked up on the wrong vibe entirely. I thought it was going to be horror, not drama. Like, I don't know what I was expecting. I know that I was expecting to come out of it, like when Tesleen melted. Which, in a way, like, okay, when I go through this story, I like to kind of keep track of what all of my early anticipations were, so that I can project them onto what I imagine Moose's story was. I keep my understanding of the canon, my understanding of my Warrior of Light story pretty separate. And I think I might be able to do something fun with that mistake that I made in terms of how to analyze that quest in the moment. We could turn it into a metaphor of looking for monsters everywhere, even when there are none. Which I think might be my preferred way of remembering that quest. But like I said, I want to see it again one more time first. I'm getting like very, very eager to do as much of the story as possible because I've got friends who've had login troubles that were much lesser than mine. And I'm getting very vague messages from them for 2 days that I really want to explore those for myself. Exactly, Toasty. The fact that you were like so ready for something more sinister makes it all the more tragic when they think you're the monster. In a way, I wonder if that was the point. Like, because I know they were trying to make it out to be like that's their opinion of us, that we're the bad guys, but it might be deeper than that. Hey, Jay. What is your Twitch what is your Twitch name, Cyan? I'll see you in the campfire. Are you the rare person that loves desert zones? I did not enjoy desert zones until I want to say Final Fantasy XII. They turned me around on them, and I was just starting to come around to winter zones, and then I spent way too much time in them in Heavensward. All set, Cyan. You may have to refresh your browser, though. Hello, No Soul. One more. Though these blue ones sometimes come in multiple parts. So in terms of some of the jokes I've made in past expansions of like, oh, we solved this problem, we're just getting out of here and forgetting about those people. It looks like we're not going to forget about the randos in the cave who traded us the ceruleum, which is nice. Instantly vouching for his trustworthiness. Why? Because this is the only side quest in the zone with a blue plus sign over it, and aetherite, or ether currents, which means that the quest is about forging connections before we leave. We can trust anyone who's wearing Skaven. My favorite thing about the Skaven armor is that it looks like Nero took one look at the Ironworks armor and decided that he needed to one-up it in every possible way. I remember looking at it and like the first thought that popped into my head was, it's a little much. And then as I said it, I heard Nero's like voice intrude into my awareness, like, a little much. I'll have you know that every thread, every buckle has been perfectly calibrated to it. And like, no, this sounds right. This looks right. This is on par. Yeah, Nero's one of my favorite characters in the game because it seems like he just... he needs some, like, coping and social skills to manage his emotions better, but otherwise he's a decent dude. I love when he does the right thing and then denies it. And that, like, for 2 years, his entire place in this story was to do whatever he wanted experimentally because he knew no matter how wrong it went, the Warrior of Light would come and fix it. How do I feel about the headcanon that Sid and Nero are married? I feel like there are so many people who have romance headcanons with NPCs that ever commenting on this stuff is like incendiary. I would rather carry a jug of ceruleum across the Bosian southern front than make a comment on something like that definitively. But I do think that no one will ever be able to deny that we have canon evidence in the form of a side story that, given the option to do anything in the apocalypse, Sid and Nero still grew old together in a cave. Can't take that out of my awareness now. It's too late. I would love to see a little more Matsuno-san content. Like, it's hard to describe because I know Matsuno-san is like a very big vision guy. He's not always the most detail-oriented guy who has like a little plan for every little kind of detail in the story. And this is a game that has a lot of details and it's really easy to break stuff. So I know that you have to kind of assign someone to follow him around and clean up the stuff he breaks. But at the same time, it's Yasumi Matsuno. He's like the guy who got me into Final Fantasy. If it weren't for him, I would have been someone who played Final Fantasy X and then was like, yeah, I liked Final Fantasy X, and then didn't play any more of the games. But I played Tactics and 12 back to back, and that was right after 10, and it was like, oh, look, I'm a Final Fantasy fan now. So when I heard Matsuno-san was coming to this game, I was just like, break whatever you want, sir. We'll fix it, sir. Yes, I would be like, I like Final Fantasy X. Oh, why do you have to remind me that I said that? I absolutely used to say that. Oh, I ran away from the dude, didn't I? Where do you go? What did I do? Oh no, I absolutely called it X and called him Titus and was very mad at X2. Honestly, when you put the hyphen there, Tidus, I think that would have been fun with all the water themes in the game. That would have been, yeah. Instead of Tidus, I'm gonna change my headcanon to Tidus. Yeah, make it like the water word. Good news, everyone. We have a problem that can only be solved if the people who don't fully trust each other work together. It's the opportunity I look for in every zone. That way, when I run into trouble, I can come back and make you guys repay the favor. Meteor came about between 1.0 and A Realm Reborn when the team made this DVD called the Rise of the Sixth Sun. I think that was the name of it. And it had a ton of 1.0 cutscene material worked into it, and they needed to give him a name, so they called him Meteor Survivor. Because we had just gone through the Calamity, and this was promotional materials from before that came out, and Dalamud had just fallen, so the name Meteor Survivor made so much sense because we were going into 2.0. And it just kind of stuck. We all joked, yep, that's totally his name now. He's Meteor. But Derplander was the first name he had because he was so expressive in all of his cutscenes. He looked so easily... It looked like all of his emotions could change at the drop of a hat. So, like, especially when he's falling out of the airship, you can watch him go, like, through 5 or 6 emotions really quick in his head. So we just assumed that he wasn't terribly bright. I wouldn't be terribly surprised if there was a lag in people picking up on that name and using that name, because how many people really bought into 1.0, stayed for all of 1.0, watched the Rise of the Sixth Sun DVD from the collector's edition, and then played 2.0? I think it might have taken a while for that one to spread. It was certainly at least 3 people. The Rise of the Sixth Sun has a special place in my heart, because it was one of the things that, like, started to weave everything together a little bit better because things had been chaos for a bit. But at the same time, it also made its own share of mistakes, like it calls Midgardsormr an Elder Primal. Can't patch a Blu-ray. I think these Ceruleum engines are just space eaters. Oh god, maybe he is an Elder Primal. So if he's an extension, if he's an Elder Primal who's an extension of the World Soul at this point, wouldn't he kind of be like an Elder Eggy? Where can I buy an officially licensed Square Enix Final Fantasy XIV space heater that looks like a Ceruleum engine? Yeah, Cyan was the first person. I was curious whether he would say anything. Cyan was the first person to come up with Heidelin Eggy. With Stuvington in the chat right now. And we have changed the identity of the Heidelin Eggy and changed our conceptualization of the Heidelin Eggy over and over and over again. It's a very mutatey joke. Though I haven't had many opportunities to recycle the Warrior Zos Light joke. I thought we'd have more of them. Hey, Moan. Do I call you Moan or Tonal when I see you? As someone who is called Annie for all of 11, I should know better than to just assume the first syllable is the best way to shorten it. Ooh, is this the first step of our rebuilding infrastructure so that it's not total chaos when we leave? Garlean restoration quest sweat. As wistful as I am that we didn't get to see Garlemald in all its glory before everything was destroyed, I appreciate them circumventing my expectations to a degree. Because I remember for years we all thought it was just so obvious they were eventually going to get like the Arcades treatment. Also, my brain is really weird about what it considers kind of like current and long-term tasks, like unfinished tasks. So the entire time we're working on this, there's this little voice in the back of my brain going, that aetheryte up north still won't talk to us. That's our goal right now. We should only be working on getting the aetheryte up north to talk to us. Okay, long run. Although, also thanks to Nier Automata, I'm never going to be able to look at just like platforms like that again. They're all machine life forms now. Attune aetheryte, obtain happy chemical. Oh good. For a minute I was worried I was supposed to go the highway. Yeah, I do have a soft spot in my heart for anything that lets us build something. I didn't realize that that was like the specific of the addiction until Assassin's Creed 2, and I spent far, far too much time on that villa. I really want to know what animal is making that noise in the background because my brain keeps mistaking it for the siren song. I really enjoyed the firmament, but it went on a little too long. And I didn't get half of the script things I wanted because I can only diadem so much before I diadem. Did you at least obtain said gathering placement? Energy for all. Congratulations, and it was worth it, but I can see why it would take a few years off your lifespan, yeah. Okay, what is theoretically the last leg of this quest? Again, we need an ID card to get this place running. This is the TLDR. Oh, beans. There we go. Ominous music is gone. Relationships forged. Give me my ether current. Oh, Garlemald just took its first steps on the road to recovery. The whole region. Thank you for that exposition. Oh, not done yet. I don't know, we might just have to bring him back to the camp. Yeah. Which of course begs the question, like, are we ever going to restore it enough to see our efforts? Or are we just going to put it on a... Oh, I don't get any options for more Archon Loaf. Oh, borscht! No better way to confirm the rough earth analog of Garlemald is indeed Russia. Unless, maybe I'm just making that up. Hold on. The traditional Garlean stew, yeah! Of course, we continue to follow the rough earth analog that we've built since we left Eorzea. It unfortunately creates the situation where we've just deleted Africa and replaced it with Greece, which in the big picture is a little awkward. Vaguely, Stu. This is actually one of the places, the regions and timelines where I'm not as well read as some of the others that I've talked about. You are probably well beyond me in that one. Art of Xenos, Linushaka. I don't think I need to be over there yet, even though I'm really tempted to be. Third Rome. I've never even heard that phrase before. I'm gonna go look that up later. That actually sounds really cool. I remember that when 14 was first announced in the Tanaka era, back when it was still Tanaka as director and Kenichi Iwao as lore master, that it was explained that Garlemald was actually historically taking the place of the Persian Empire, that Eorzea was Greece and it was being marched on by Persia, and all of these city-states that had their history of war and strife with one another had to put all that aside and band together to throw out the invaders. And it just so happened that the Persians in this case were more like Romans. And now that we've like explored more of the world and built this rough earth analog, a very rough earth analog, and we have Garlemald as Russia, the idea of Russia as third Rome makes me want to like just stop playing and go read Wikipedia for a bit. But I'm gonna do that later because I just spent 9 hours in a queue. Oh, it's okay if the link is broken, I'll find it. That's a very memorable name. Plus, you can always just drop it in my DMs or Discord. Yeah, I got kicked out of the queue like 3 or 4 times. It was bad. It was really, really bad. Like, when I got kicked out of it, most of the time I could get back in my old place, but sometimes I would get 2 or 3 2002s in a row. Yoshida released an announcement that because of everything that's going on, they're giving everybody at least a free week of game time. Possibly even more if this keeps up. Like, they're proud of the server stability itself. They've done a really good job keeping the server stable. But the lobby server, not so much. Game servers are doing great. Lobby servers under more stress than it's ever been in the entire history of this game. Songs and standards be damned, some of us just want to live. Oh, Licha, hold on. It says Licha Licha is already a VIP in this chat. You may need to either refresh the Twitch window, or I haven't heard of anybody having to clear their cache yet, but it's worth a shot because you are a VIP in this channel now and should be able to chat in it. But I am no stranger to tech not doing what it is supposed to. Test success. Welcome. Oh, it's Rockwell. He's Rockwell. He's one of the people who sent me a lot of the completely no context, very vague messages today. And I'm excited to figure out what the hell he meant. Was that a whale? Yes, that was a whale. Whales are an ongoing thing in this game, and this mount was one of the more important, inexpensive ones, if I remember correctly. We also have a very large mechanical whale called the lunar whale. The cool thing about mounts that big is that they can accommodate multiple people, so you can get like, can we get a full party up on the blue one? Well, 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 if it isn't Rockwell. Ronco Montage. Only the lunar whale's full party, okay. 4 on blue. I've pretty much used exclusively the Dark Lantern. Like, once I find something that's me, I stick with it until I find something that's more me, which is why my glamour has not been updated very much since 2014. This is the level 50 PvP jacket. I just felt that this outfit said, raised in Lominsa, adopted Nimian. Have we switched this thing over yet? Yes! Yes! Victory! Task accomplished! Brain going brr, brr, brr. Okay, what do we do next? We can get a new task. Oh! Why did I say that out loud? Universe, what have you done? That's a lot of side quests. Alright, let's get started. The rule is when side quests come up, I gotta do them. I gotta do them in real time right here on the map. Because the story is going to make sense to me. It's what we're supposed to be doing right now. And if I don't do them now, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna come back on another job. And then I won't. Ever. But I will say that I stopped seeing side quests as such an annoyance when I started doing them this way, even though I do go, oh no, side quests. I think they kind of flesh out the mood that we're supposed to be in right now in the story. Whereas when I come back and do them later, I've forgotten really what even the sub-story was. It's all kind of mushy in my head. It's not all bad, though. It gives people a good opportunity to pull ahead of me. And then people don't have to feel like I'm at any risk of spoiling them if they come hang. Which is really kind of the bigger goal, I guess. If someone spoils me, I'm gonna crack some skulls. That would make me so sad. One of my friends is trying to become like a more serious content creator and is hooked into all the social media platforms, and today YouTube decided it would be a great idea to tell him about all like this hot new video featuring the boss of ENDWALKER, and he hasn't even started the MSQ. So that sucks. I'm really hoping nothing too bad happens to me in the spoiler department. Yeah, send Croatoan and an F, Rockle. Did you fully finish the story, Rockle? Not yet? Okay, so we got a little more time. Whenever he's done, I'm gonna go back through all the messages he sent me in the past 48 hours and put my 4 favorite ones in a tweet. Yeah, Rockle blitzed this expansion. It's one of the times his rotated schedule really paid off. I've been on a normal human schedule for a couple weeks now, ever since I stayed up all night to make that souffle. Maybe this week I'll get back to my normal 4-hour rotated schedule and start logging in at stupid o'clock in the morning. Yeah, this guy's getting a full 8 hours sleep a night. The same 8 hours I'm in a queue, I bet. Okay, first side quest down. Helping research and collect parts from Magitech. Capture a Magna Rotor. Surmet Chain. Huh. I could probably do it. What? Oh, I'm small. I fit under the train. I'm sorry, you were one of the people who got caught up in the unmovable time off. Oh, so it wasn't a total loss. Yeah, I played another game during the delay too. I got some horror games and did Fatal of Frame Maiden of Blackwater. I was really excited about that one. That one was supposed to be the stream test, but all the stuff got like wonky and out of order. Tag actually bought me that one to celebrate trying streaming, so I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna try to stream it again at a later point because I made like a guide on how to do all the lore for it, so we can just do like a lore run. If anybody likes horror, on the server what I've done is I have made it so in order to receive any pings for anything you have to opt in. You will never get an unsolicited ping. And I've separated horror content and Final Fantasy content. So if you do not like horror, you will never see it. Fatal Frame has a special place in my heart because it's the only game that has ever scared me. Though 5 wasn't very scary. The one that we would do on stream, I didn't find that one terribly scary because of the way the game mechanics were handled. Still cool though. All set, Suplis. Allegedly, you may need to refresh. I think there's a limit to the number of VIPs I can add. I think it's like 200, which means we probably won't hit it before I finish the MSQ. Yeah, I think we've got plenty of wiggle room, Deli. Is it far less than 200? Uh-oh. If I go to hit VIP and it won't let me VIP, what I can do is try to find some very trusted people and make them like shadow mods who can delete anything horrible before I see it, and then we'll just turn emote mode off, I guess. Either that or we just declare first however many the limit is, whether it's 75 or 100 or what, we'll just say the first people get all the first come, first served. This is our crew for the story. Aw, Deli. Deli's sacrificing his slot. Because he only sends emotes anyway. Deli is still a VIP though. I've known Deli for most of my Final Fantasy journey. Not all of it, but most of it. He is a Rogadine who has an emote that says he feeds you. And then at FanFest he gave me cookies. He fed me. It's like this whole nice gift box. Oh. I'm running around just killing things. I'm supposed to be capturing it with a chain. Mm-hmm. Just... I'm smart. What happened to this place? Okay, let's see. How can I TLDR it for a non-player? Because I know you're not a 14 player. This place originally occupied the evil empire role of this game. Like most Final Fantasies have one. And we all expected one day we were gonna go there, we were gonna fight them, we were gonna conquer it. Maybe we would like turn half the population on itself and hang out with the good ones and beat up the bad ones. And instead, what happened was the Crown Prince does not care very much. Hold on. Key item. Where's my chain? Where's my chain? There we go. The bad guy forces of this game tried to do their what we expected, bring us into a war, trigger a calamity. And the Crown Prince doesn't care about anything in the world because his life has been on easy mode and nothing has ever given him a challenge. And his dad's a cold bastard. And he just like sees the whole world as a bleak, hopeless place where there's no enjoyment because he's better than everyone at everything. And then he fought us, and we gave him a challenge, and it made him feel alive. So, because we gave him his first opportunity for growth, obviously, we are best friends. And he was like, yes, this is the peak of my life. This is the perfect moment. I'm never going to let anything sully it. And he killed himself. But he accidentally gave himself these powers that let him transcend death beforehand. So he accidentally lived through his own suicide and decided, well, we're just going to need to fight again, but bigger. So Dad was going to go to war with us and interrupt that whole plan, so we just killed him and took over the Empire and teamed up with this crazy murder clown Wraith who wants to murder everybody, allegedly. And that's what happened here, is he just let the whole Empire fall apart and collapse, and because he wants to fight us, just us. This is all just to drag us out here and fight us. Yeah, for short. Hate boner. In all of my summaries, I have like really stupid names for everyone and like short and everything, and most of them have cursing in them. And it was, yeah, what was it? Crown Prince Hate Boner and Fuckstick the Clown, I think was what I called this pair. It was. I was skeptical about how we would make it work in this expansion. The guy in the purple robe is the murder clown. You've seen him before. The thing that made me skeptical was, like, if he really just wants to fight us, is there really a satisfying way to write, like, a whole world comes together story around that? Like, what are the values that we're foiling? What are the ideas that we're foiling? What's the, like, deep political ideas? So, like, we don't really have any reflection to do. It's just one guy who wants to fight us really bad, and the whole world's gonna be like, not on our watch! We like the Warrior of Light, I guess. Even though I think it's partly like, we like living! So I was very curious how they were going to make it satisfying, but I believed that they would, because this team is really good writers on it. I can have questions and doubts and curiosities and still faith. I think they're gonna pull it off. So yeah, in the previous expansion, the Crown Prince stole our superpower from the world soul and lets him merge with the like fake gods. And then we learned that the planet has a fake god in it, and there used to be a different fake god in the planet, and those are really the identities of the two big sources, like all the deity lore in the game, pretty much, aside from the 12. And Crown Prince Fight Boner's idea is that he's gonna possess one god and we're gonna possess the other god, and we're gonna have like one big climactic rock'em sock'em crystal god robot battle. And I'm really like, I would love if we just didn't. Like, I'd love if he got hit by a bus at the last second. Like, he wants a rematch. I don't want a rematch. I hope he goes to possess Zodiark, and Zodiark's just like, nah. Like, that's his narrative. Yeah, it's felt very weird having a lot of questions and doubts coming into this, but still having total faith it's gonna be enjoyable. This side quest was just to reclaim some seeds. Hey Murph, welcome back. How's your MSQ journey going, Murph? Where are you at? '83 dungeon. I'm hoping to get there sometime soonish. Wait, the MSQ quests are saying I'm in 82, but these side quests are 80. That has it confused. Okay, this was the officer one, right? Is his blood splatter still everywhere? Nice. Oh, he's just hanging out at it. Nice. I bet you have no, just why. Side quest sync. Ah, I see. Oh, so you like it makes it even easier to come back and do it on a sub job. Like Quintus may have been kind of a bastard that we didn't have a lot of hope getting along with. Like he had some misconceptions that I don't think we would have been able to talk him out of, and in the context of his worldview, those misconceptions made sense that we would never get along. But I liked him. I'd love to hear more stories about that guy someday. Yeah, patch 2.0 flashbacks handing out soup. I think they cut that quest, didn't they? That's not in the main scenario anymore. Is this our new giving out soup quest? Yeah, I do think he died at the right time, even though he was new. It was not another Moonbrita. Yeah, Lenny, in 2.0, there's a lead up where we're like about to go on this big raid of a really big, like a fort. It's called a castrum, and it's all like gunning you up to go in there and break shit and free the country and blah 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 blah. And then there's a side quest where it interrupts you and it's like, actually, the men would have their morale boosted by a lot if you would hand out their meal before you go. So there was like a slow down and hand out some soup quest. And I think it may be on the cutting room floor now. Yeah, give each soldier their lunch boxes, essentially. The cactus piss quest isn't ringing a bell, like it's tickling my memory. Is it the one where like it's fresh water in a way, but technically it's cactus piss? Like the freshest water is cactus piss? Is that, am I just with my brain making that up? Oh, I remember the Lalafell whose dad stopped talking to her because she helped with the refugees. I do remember that. And now we're out to look for this guy's lost glassware. Because the Warrior of Light is always working on very pressing concerns. Teleport back every time. Good luck, Rockle. Let me know how the ending was. Everybody is important. We're building rapport is what we're doing. We're building goodwill. That way we feel like we accomplished a lot. when the shit hits the fan and all of our friends show up for the big reunion cutscene. So I got a few of these left, right? 3. But they're up top, easy to get to. Oh, Jay, I'm sorry, that sucks. That's one of my big fears today, is getting DC'd. Because then it's just kind of like game over. At least in theory, most of this suffering should be over tomorrow. Once people have to be on, like, there's going to be a group of people who have to go back to work and a group of people who don't. So we're already going to split the population in like half. And the people who do are going to have to go back to kind of normal schedules. So, like, on one hand, it sucks, because rip anybody who has a job and kids after this weekend. But the people who don't are going to rush ahead and start playing less once they accomplish everything. And then there'll be more space for the people who didn't, and hopefully it'll just even out over the next few days, and this just won't be happening anymore. But it was a rough weekend in terms of the lobby server. I stumbled over my words a little bit there because I was like stopping myself from saying at an inappropriate moment in that explanation that the people who don't have to worry about work or kids or any of that are going to rush through the story over the next like 24 hours, and then they're going to be on Reddit complaining that there's nothing to do while the rest of us can finish the story. Sending good juju, Jay. I like that phrasing, Stu. That's up there with my happy people don't have time in their day or room in their heart for making other people miserable on purpose. I'm gonna internalize that one or write it down later. Do I have to get up there? I have a feeling throughout this year, Stu, we're going to create like a platitude exchange program. Good night, Lenny. Have a good one at work. Oh no, wait. It's underground. I think I might have done this backwards. Oh! Fellow Darklander Solidarity, who are you? Approved. I think I just, like... got all excited to be done with being down there. And left when that was the place I was supposed to go on the quest. Yeah, I'm not good at the talking while reading thing yet. Oh, I should have done the other one. It had the word dawn in it. That's my jam. If this story wants a real 1.0 deep cut, they should use the word daybreak. Instead of dawn. Just one time at a really important moment. When Louisoix first came to Eorzea, he said he was looking for something called daybreak. And he claimed that it was one of the 2 swords in the 7th verse of the Divine Chronicles of Messiah Thousand Eyes. The swords forged under the 12's good grace. And he didn't tell you until the end that you were it. You were the sword, your daybreak. I think it would be a really good time to bring that back now that you're the sun. Oh, you're not daybreak because you didn't play 1.0. While you don't get all of the extra cutscenes in the game canonically, I don't think there's anything against like identifying it as that if you wanted to, because like there's all sorts of things that I don't think people have to accept. Like one of the core things about the adventurers is that they're not from Eorzea, and I think almost everyone headcanons that they were born in Eorzea. Unless, like, their entire point was that they wanted to be a Doman or an Alamigan or something. You know, Alamigo's technically Eorzea occupied, Garlemald, whatever. Okay, another quest where I'm gonna have to remember, don't kill the things. Almost done with the map. Oh, I haven't been looking at my ether current thing in a while. 134 to the west. Yeah, this zone isn't split in half. We might actually be able to finish this zone before we leave. I love their weird little cars. Might have run by one. I hear it. There it is. No, LFL, short legs, short legs. .6 in Q. Oh, I'm sorry, Jay. .1056. We should be hitting the tail end of the queue within an hour or two, as all the East Coasters come out of their prime time. But the West Coast, I imagine, is going to be harsh. I think Yoshida gave the primetime hours in PST. Yeah, during primetime, I think my average is about 6,200. I like how it switches between rain and snow with the weather. That's neat. Ooh. Communications area. Review. So we have a name on the map. The Enceladium? Enceladium? Story-wise, what's happened to me so far? Do you want me to include the level 80 stuff before Garlemald, or just the Garlemald stuff I've done so far? Just Garlemald we got here, and we did the push up the road. And then we did this, I did the Sisters side quest. We built Camp Broken Glass. We met the kiddo, Julius I think his name was. He introduced us to Quintus. We did the whole arc with Quintus where we almost had Alize and Alphino captured as prisoners and then got them out. And then he tried to have a backup plan for us to force us to comply with his demands, and it didn't work out. The people he was waiting on surrendered. And I'm still trying to figure out why they were using the code name Isles as like their rallying word there, because it's like the Garlean rank that you get when you're a temporary emperor in a time of crisis or something like that. I don't know if that was the explanation as to what they were doing. But all of the legions that were going to rally together and help the capital, it didn't work out, and he shot himself in the head. And that's where we are now, is we are cleaning up all the side quests that pop as we try to convince the people that were at his camp to go home now that he's dead. And I assume there's going to be more than that, because there's a lot more map. But first, we have to do one more side quest, which is our Blue Plus side quest, which means it probably has cutscenes and starts a chain and ends with people who didn't like each other working together. Oh, hello, Estinian. Your very presence here is an affront to my honor. This is Tertium, third among the stations. The thing with the Sisters at the start of the zone is heavy, but I want to see it again knowing what the vibe is, because I completely misread the vibe the first time around. This was just Estinian, I think. Oh no, Thancred and Elfino have joined Julius in there. Same words though. Yeah, when I did the sisters thing, I was ready for a horror vibe, not a drama vibe. And in a way, I think that's kind of cool. Because, like, I think it fits into the story as I was looking for monsters everywhere. But so were they. Tragedy ensues. Based on the pieces that I had, yeah, I don't know what, like, the sister being a monster, her doing monstrous things to keep the sister alive, or something to do with the tempering and the way everything was unfolding. I don't know what I expected, but, like, the way she was being evasive and the looks on her face, they looked sinister, like evil. And there was that really creepy song on the radio and the raspy voice from behind the door from the unseen person we didn't see. I don't know. I was just expecting something along the line of Tesleen's face melting, and I didn't get that at all. I got a very sad story that made me feel bad about it. But I wasn't ready for the sadness at all. So like I got out there and I was like all on edge like, "Oh no, what's about to happen? Oh, it's just sad." Oh no. This woman has lost her son. Let's go get that piece of the map real quick. One more piece of the map down. Hey, Pash. Yeah, with a queue that long, I'd understand if you gave up on it. As demoralizing as it is. Uh-oh, skullduggery music. I'm bad at these. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Should feel the objective. Focus target. And then the trick is mostly to keep his name in view. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, too close. This is all your fault. Okay, contingency plan number 1. If anything follows me, we're gonna stick the chocobo on it. You little shit. Damn it. Okay, back to the start again. Oh crap. No, 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 no. I'm afraid to move. They programmed this one all crafty like. Trixie Devs. There we go. $2.7K, you got it. You got this, Jay. I haven't jumped through any of the Reaper portholes yet because I didn't learn that they were Reaper portholes until like hours into the game experience. I was wandering around Thavnair like, oh, what are these? These are spooky. I thought it had something to do with the tower. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I thought it was random Easter eggs for the MSQ. Southeast. Is there an underground here I don't see? Oh no, there's an above ground I don't see. $300 to the south. It's like here. 3 more in the field, but 4 more from quests. Three if I finish this one. I am so glad they removed the cooldown from the ether compass. $600 to the west. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it's probably gonna send me over there at some point, right? Foreign patent. Yeah, that sounds important-ish. Besides, if we finish this story about the lost kid, which I assume again is going to be multiple side quests in a row, then we may be able to engage the MSQ again. Oh. Nice. We just get to continue on. We've been doing almost entirely side quests since we got on today. I thought we were going to do 2 or 3 and there would be a lot more story. Pureblood Garlean just sitting here musing about how Quintus was a little misguided. I see some will adapt quicker than others. And now we get to run across the entire field between here and there. that what we're doing? I feel like we're starting to close in on the wrapping up a lot of the knowns too, because we did Labyrinthos halfway, we did Old Charleon halfway, and then if we do Garlemald, that leaves 3 left, which is Mare Lamentorum. Moon's going to be full of awesome stuff. That leaves the place we've all had different code names for: Zeal, Other Tulia, Dark Tulia. Anyway, the flying zone that looks suspiciously ancient-like because it's got the little swirlies. Everything here seems to have swirlies. And then the surprise zone, which I will not get my hopes up as Purple Promethean this time after 5 expansions doing that. But now that I've said that, it's probably just going to send me back to do the other halves of the other zones first. It's still doing it. There's the sound of an animal in the distance, and every time I hear it, I think it's Siren. Are any of the people who are able to chat, or even would like to chat, you can pop into the Discord and say so if you would like to chat on More Than Emotes. Are any of you summoners? I have not played Summoner yet, despite leveling it at the same speed as Scholar, and I hear that the changes are actually good. I'm sure I will get to it myself at the end. Oh, you're under 2,000, Jay? Bard changes are good too. Scholar feels exactly the same. Nothing changed about Scholar, which is good for me. I liked Scholar. I liked how it felt, that they found a really good balance on it, so I'm just going to keep joking that the reason Scholar didn't get changed in this expansion is not because it got shafted, but you can't improve on perfection. What changed about Bard? I haven't played Bard since probably the 2.0 era, aside from some PvP. It was really fun in PvP though. Yeah, that is one of the unfortunate side effects about, like, calibrating a job to the changes to the battle system in an expansion. Sometimes it feels pretty awkward in the old expansions. I'm still a little disappointed, I guess, that they changed Black Mage so much, because it used to be one of my favorite jobs, and I didn't like where it ended up in Heavensward, so I retired it. And then I haven't checked in if I like it again yet. What do they do to Dark that it feels a little different for you? Because last time around they changed Paladin, and I feel like everyone was polarized on that. Some people loved that it was a little more complex, and some people found it more confusing. Ooh, rhythm on Bard. That's good. Imagine a job about music that with the rhythm feels awkward, right? More side quests, right? We're good, we're done. Excellent. We might actually have something happen here soon. Like that theory from Lucia, perhaps Quintus thought that if he had lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men would be punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. I choose to believe it's a little of each. Trait acquired, enhanced healing magic. What is this? Increases potency of physic. Yay. Embrace. Yay. Sapphic Veil. Yay. Barrier potency of Adaloquium to 180%. That's cool. 160% for Adaloquium. That's cool. I like it. Okay. See? The only way you can improve on perfection, make it more powerful. Yeah, I like how much ambiguity the game gives you in terms of interpreting what other people have done, especially because I think we all have our preferred interpretations and we like to guess ourselves. We like to debate ourselves. And holy crap, look at all those side quests. Oh, what have I... Oh, man. I thought we were... Whew. There's all those ether currents. Oh my god, this is just going to be a whole video on side quests. I think one thing the amount of side quests here does for me, because again, I try really hard to do them in the moment as they come up, feel the, like, where we are in the MSQ should be reflected in where we are in the side quests. So I like to, like, kind of feel what these are supposed to be in the moment too. And one thing I think it does for me here is that it feels like a semi-successful mission. Only. Like, we came in here charging, ready to go, liberate some people, everything was gonna go great. We were gonna help them how we could, and in turn, like, it's been a mess. There were people who didn't trust us, people who died. We've been arguing about who the real bad guys are. We met one stone cold badass who just was not going to accept us. He kills himself. This is just kind of a mess, but we're bringing a whole bunch of people back to our camp, And I think doing all these side quests makes it feel like that, like we're bogged down in all these unexpected problems. Like we're just getting all the refugees back here, and now there's like thieves in the camp, which I'm sure won't increase tension at all. What are you guys talking about? They're all still trying to solve the issue of the cold. Halfway to being 3 digits, Jay. I feel like that last 1,000 goes a lot faster. What level dungeon were you in when it kicked you? $87? Okay, so I've got a while to go. Later, LaChacha. Good luck. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, we haven't done one of these quests in a long time, I don't think. This is one of the ones that was introduced in the early Beast Tribe quests, I think, where it's like super powerful until you throw the junk on it, and if you forget to throw the junk on it, you just like stand here for 10 minutes beating the crap out of it, like, what is going on? Let's see, let's hit it once for fun. Yeah, it's got like a ton of HP. Now 4 minutes of being able to kill it fast. Getting warnings about dropped frames over here. Is that what's going on? Yeah, about 7 and 9 minutes ago. Let me know if the feed gets too bad. I'll try to change something. Do the blue ones last. They tend to be long. Explosive assignment, yeah. Oh my god, it's like all the way to the... I'm actually gonna teleport to this and then ride north. Hey, wait a minute, hold on. Looks like not all of Howl's Murder Castle is the organic stuff. This might have actually primarily been an existing structure at one point. Possibly. This was not the Empire I knew, the Empire I believed in. Sorry, dude. Hey, Nin. We are in a very side quest heavy portion of the game right now. Level 85 just hit, and we have not even done the level 83 dungeon. I have a feeling a lot of EXP is going to be going to waste at the upper level, but that's okay. Is it true you rode an ancient Allegon war mech into battle against the 7th Legion? Yes. Yes, it is. When your loins are sufficiently girded. I'm ready. What are we doing? Aerial reconnaissance. Whoa. We're not even in control. This. The 900 to go, Jay. Good luck. You're waiting in all this just to confirm to yourself whether you have to do the dungeon again? You could have just assumed you did, prepared for the worst, gone to bed, skipped all this. Then tomorrow you either would have been correct or pleasantly surprised. Oh, yet another NPC saying that we're going to restore this somehow. You still have a chance after all. I was actually like, I felt like I wasn't terribly excited about going to Garlemald because we had seen so much of the Sermet and stuff in the castrums, and what we saw of leading sections of the capital didn't look like it was so different than that, just like used for different stuff. And then we got a couple scenes in the capital after Xenos was revealed to be alive, when Elidibus was possessing him. And the architecture looked interesting. It looked different enough that I wanted to see more of it. So I do feel like we've lost an opportunity in a way, but it looks like we may get it back. Even if, again, it's just a section like the Doman restoration quests. Just a little bit of like little indoor, little outdoor. The question is, does people, or does SE know that this many people are as wary as they are after all the firmament stuff? That was an entire expansion. I didn't realize the Ishgard restoration was going to last an entire expansion. They're doing Garlemald restoration, so we don't ask for a new housing district. I'll ask for a new housing district, Crystarium. I at least want an apartment there. But it seems like narrative-wise, we've left it behind. For now. I feel like the housing we have now in terms of districts is good enough, but I would like more apartments. They should just raise apartments in each place. Maybe, well, no, because if they expanded the use of them too much, then there would be a discrepancy between the Eorzean ones and the other ones, but... Pretty sure my apartment is currently in Shirogane just because I thought it would be cool to have a home in one place and an apartment in the other on the opposite sides of the world. Maybe like they could put a balcony on all of the apartments where you could go out and do a little free gardening and like decorate the outside just a little bit, like a couple of outdoor furnishings. And then you could put apartments in all the zones instead of pull-out houses. They would never have to worry about making a whole ass ward again. Just one nice apartment building in each place. Not gonna lie, I'd buy a Crystarium apartment in a heartbeat. What's the house you really want, Jay? Flying Island! What kind of flying island? Like the one from this expansion, or the one from like the Sea of Clouds, or the Mists? What kind of flying island do you want? Ozzy Slav. Sky Pirates have totally been done dirty. I really, really enjoyed the Sky Pirates, and I don't feel like we did a lot with them for a while. Oh, hello, it's Roxy. Roxy's coming in to say hello. Hello, Mama Bedlam. What were you playing today? Wait a minute, I have to VIP Mama, don't I? Hold up. There we go. You may have to refresh Mama, but it's good. There you go. What's up, Rox? Ooh, how is the new Guilty Gear teaser? You picked a good time to drop in because it gives people time to run away if they don't want FFXIV spoilers. We are currently at level 82-ish content, I think. We're in one of the new areas. It's been hell getting in here. The queue is so long. The game itself is very, very, very stable, but the lobby server is a wreck. Short and only mentions are coming in January. This feels like a good time to repeat for anyone who might have come in earlier and missed it. We are currently in emote only, pretty much just to prevent run-by spoilers, accidental and deliberate. But if you've been hanging out for a little while and you're like, why can other people talk? I want to talk. I have things to say. You can find a Discord link right below this video. And you can pop into my campfire and you can say, hey, I've been watching. I would like to keep watching. I would like to talk. And I will say, okay, and I will VIP you for what we've got going on here, and you can chat with us for a bit. It's stable till you DC on the last boss. Yeah, poor Jay was in the level 87 dungeon and got ganked. Are they? What's going on with people's Twitch numbers? Dude, I know nothing about Twitch, girl. I am doing this purely because, like, I got a bunch of messages that were like, hey, you need to record your live reactions to Endwalker. Eating, oh, it's eating all the view numbers? Dude, I looked at the chart for, like, what the numbers look like, and I think, like, double the number of people who stream Shadowbringers are streaming Endwalker right now. It's pain peak over now. Yeah, I can't wait for you to go through some of the stories that we've been through. I think you're really, really gonna like Shadowbringers. It is such a good combination of kind of the gritty, real fantasy that we've been through, and then on top of that, like the deeper Final Fantasy, like classical Final Fantasy stuff, and then just like total anime tropes. It's like everything all at once. And then based on the games I see you playing, I bet it would be, bet it would be your vibe. Have you fully committed to the VTuber path? Yeah, I know when you were building your room and you're asked, how did the room come out, by the way? Did the room turn out the way you wanted it to? That's just for one game? Yeah, Roxy and I were talking about it when she first got the idea to go towards the YouTube path, and she took her Mama Bedlam avatar and turned it into a really good VTuber of the avatar. Like, I've only known it as a 2D thing, so seeing it in 3D moving has been really fun. I hesitate to say this in public. Like, this is really, like, DM material, but I'm in the middle of a quest, so I'm just gonna risk saying it. How much money would it cost to get, like, a decently functional VTube of this character, do you think? Like a purple-haired toddler in a nerd hat. It depends. Do I know any people who 3D model? If I know any people who 3D model, I do not know that they 3D model. The only, like, if I were to ever VTube, it would be this purple-haired toddler. But I don't feel like my voice matches him very well. Though, I mean, like, if you put any voice to any face long enough, people get used to it. Yeah, don't you pay your rent with exposure? Yeah, I would imagine it would not be a cheap venture to get like a true moose tube running. That's okay, I'm comfortable with my bowl. I need a bowl emote? Like, describe it. What are you envisioning for a bowl emote? As long as we stay above an average of 3 viewers for like the 100 hours it takes me to knock out this scenario, because it has to count 7 days worth of, like, affiliate tools require they're gonna watch 7 days worth of content, and however many hours I stream in that 7 days, it has to maintain an average of above 3 people. So if we can get over that, we'll get some we'll get all the affiliate tools unlocked and can start doing some fun stuff. And I've decided that I'm not gonna do any like weird emotes or reactions until we have something we want to get, like, as a community. Like, we decide something stupid to get. I'm not gonna force it. I'm gonna let it happen organically. So if you've got an idea, for a bowl, lay it on me. Maybe that'll be our first community directed emote. Yeah, hopefully affiliate's just gonna happen on its own as I do Endwalker. And then I hear if you do partner, they prevent you from streaming on any other services, right? Like, you just automatically lose it if you do anything else. So I'd like to see what YouTube's plan is for the next year. Yeah, that's what I've been told. I don't know if it's true or not, because I haven't really looked into anything. I learned what bits are like 2 days ago. Search your surroundings for the Magitech Colossi. Like a cereal bowl with moose antlers sticking out. The bowl of moose. Yeah, I totally stole the eye emote idea for my server too. Later, Jay. Oh, we can go pretty far to the sides. If you're looking for more emotes for our Silent Hill server, Mama, there's like a whole website of them I can send you. You just have to attribute the creator. All of the attribution licenses are complete, so you can remix and modify them as needed. That's why I'm trying to keep a very meticulous credits page on Twitch, because that's where I got like all of them. Yeah, channel points too. Oh, I think I might do with channel points what Croatoan does, and just like make them all flow interrupting memes, where you can just like you can force them to hydrate, but then they all come at once, and he has to sit there and chug. I'm a little wary of putting the hydrate one, but I yell at people to hydrate so often I put a hydrate redeem on there. Yeah, that's my problem. My hydrating wouldn't count. I've got energy drinks, which is the exact opposite. Coffee is like a little bit of both. Anything with caffeine in it is a little bit of both because it's made with water, but then it's like caffeine is a diuretic, which that just means it makes you pee. And I think it is depending on the situation, it is a net gain, but it also you're not really helping start your morning hydrated with coffee. Oh no, is this another follow the NPC quest? No, I'm so bad at these. No. Well, at least this one's allowed to see me. This should be okay. Now, was Twitch able to foresee the take a shot redemption causing problems beforehand, or did some bad stuff happen first? Well, I'm halfway to a teetotaler. I won't have to worry about it too bad. Like a small teetotaler. T subtotaler. Being able to level again on Scholar, I haven't really felt anything yet because we're doing it in the MSQ. And then I haven't hit level cap on anything in like 2 years because I dove into Shadowbringers at the same time as grad school. So I just really stayed on the one job, and you always get one job for free with the story. So I feel like, especially with the amount of side quests I'm doing, I'm not even going to notice the leveling at first, but I think I'm going to have fun leveling Sage and Reaper up because both of those jobs just seem so cool. This has definitely been the fan service expansion in terms of throwing in just all the cool stuff. Naoki Yoshida, the man who wouldn't let us be thief, is going to let you be possessed by a void scent in battle. We've worn this man down. We get to be like void wielders and bunny boys. He's giving in. Yeah, there's just so much EXP. Well, I'm looking forward to you getting to the next story, Rox. Whatever you need to get through it, let the FC know. We'll get you through it. Yes, I forget if they come with free time or not. I never even look because whatever. I'm gonna sub anyway. I'm gonna buy it anyway. Oh my god, 2 side quests left. And they're gonna be chains, I bet. Wrong way, Moose. There's also going to be some free time involved, Mama, because the server instability has been so bad they're gonna throw a week at everybody. I don't know if it'll count for people who weren't here for the thing, though. It would be enough time for you to finish all of Shadowbringers. I think when I went, like, balls to the wall on Shadowbringers, it was 5 straight days. This one is long. This one is, like, Endwalker is long, and I've been spending a lot of it in queue, so every expansion, from the time I start the expansion till the time I finish the expansion, I don't shave my face, and I'm really curious to see how long the Endwalker beard turns out to be. The Shadowbringer's beard wasn't too bad. Because I just usually never have facial hair. We'll see how long until it takes me to be a grizzled mess in a pile of monster cans and gummy bear wrappers. Hey, whatever pace feels right. If the MSQ feels best taking long bouts to challenge NPCs to triple triad because you're a little bogged down in how part of it feels. That's just your warrior life's journey. Like a real life sticker? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually attached a real sticker to anything. I don't think I've ever put a sticker, like stuck a sticker to anything ever, which is how you know that as an adult, I have anxiety. It is too much commitment, Casca. Ooh, what did you commission from Ryond? Ryo made my Moosey Skull logo. It's amazing. Yeah, hit me with a DM. Oof. Hard to navigate these ruins as a level. Oh, what are you gonna... Wait, hold on. Is this a picture of the thing, or is Ryo doing the thing? Did I not... Like, I've seen this one a couple times. Did I not know this was Ryo's work? Oh, sweet. So it's the finished one that's gonna take a while to get there? Like the physical copy? I saw when your PFP changed. But if I knew it was Ryo, I forgot. That's awesome. Yeah, I know how long it can take. Ryo and I send each other stuff all the time. That is a that is a long trip. And you have to fill out customs forms. I think I'm missing something here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Anything neat in these that are side quests? I mean, there's a lot of context for stuff, which is cool. I mean, like, we haven't run across any, like, huge deep lore or anything, but a lot of it's really good for kind of, exploring the Garlean mood at the time, because they did a good job making there be a lot of diverse states of mind, and a lot of diverse goals, and a lot of diverse priorities. Like, there's a huge gamut of people who are just, like, still really attached to the propaganda and are not ready to give in, and then there are people who are just like, I just want to live. If you got my back, we're good. And then there's this poor kid who just wants to find his family. A lot of the MSQ, or a lot of the side quests, depending on where you pick them up, are kind of helping the two groups mesh together, because there's a lot of problems that they have to solve together, whether it be at one camp or the other. I love the Minmo one. Sounds good, Murph. I'll catch you later. side quests. And even after we deal with this kid's parents, we've got the other one that's also one of these too. At the very least one cutscene, but possibly multiple parts. We're searching for Kiddo's parents, but they want me to beat up Magitech in the meantime. A lot of the Garleans seem to be wearing this same outfit, and I really like this outfit. Kinda jealous of this outfit. In every patch, we've gotten a cool Garlean outfit. Give me this one. Yeah. In every expansion almost, there's like some infiltration thing where they're like, hey, do you want to wear this Garlean outfit? And then you get to keep it. Yes. There are a lot of really good glams now. A male only hat. I like the indignance. Ah, hat. Wow, this ether current really was out in the middle of nowhere. That's not too far from that camp. We should be okay if we get that one later. What do we have left? We really are gonna like totally complete this zone before we get out of here, which is cool, I guess. Now that one's probably an ether current. The one we have now is not. Dun dun dun. Yeah, I'm curious to see what your final glams are gonna be like. I'm excited to redo my machinist glamour, actually. Yeah, a final glamour might not be a very wise choice of words there, is it? That's more of a moose thing to do. Since we're doing side quests, this might be a good time to run a test. Let me know if you hear anything in the background. I think that I've got this. It's gonna be like maybe 2 or 3 minutes worth of it, but I set up limiters on this so that hopefully it would like take out a lot of the background noise. Wow, we actually found Mom. Mom's alive. I was able to build a pretty decent stream space in what was formerly a very, very cold room for plants, so the plants weren't doing great in here. Like, it's a nice sunny little small room. But it is right next to the kitchen. So if I want to like get or nuke anything, there is some background noise. And I'm curious, if I'm not talking, how much can the sound of, say, the sink or the fridge or the microwave? What does that mean, closet audio? Oh, yeah. We were talking about that earlier. There are actually some people who swear by it to this day. Like, a closet full of mattresses actually works better than some of the professional stuff for some of them. Like, I know a lot of streams have, like, soundscapes that aren't perfectly insular, but... Also, yes, Purple Lantern is my go-to mount. It's everything that is moose. It is silver, it is purple, it is black, and it is extra as fuck. It's just annoying in a new expansion because it's got to run along the ground the whole time. But yes, pretty much anything that is purple, silver, and black, that's going to be my number one. Should a bird have been my totem instead of a moose? I do believe, based on the timing of everything that was going on in my real life, I didn't even bother getting a single doggo yet. I was going to go back for him at a later date. I definitely didn't do a single one of the dragons either. Yes, it can. We were so hardcore into all that kind of stuff from like 2.0 to 3.0, and then I think what happened was because we were 1.0 players, we didn't know what to expect for the treadmill. So I think it hit us a little harder than most how little all that work counts for in the end. Because it'll just be a lot easier later. And if you're short on time, then instead of doing, 3 hours worth of practice to clear an extreme trial, you can just do 5 minutes worth of face rolling later. We all got a little more judicious with how we spent our time. So how much of Musakine opening fridges and microwaves and nuking things was coming through the mic? Wow, nice. I'm actually impressed by that. Yeah, I did my mic as a separate audio feed, and then I created a an upper and lower limit for it. So if I sit here and I whisper, it should still make me a little louder than it would be otherwise. But if I yell, which I'm not going to do right now, it should cut me out. It should prevent it from going that high. So it should be impossible for me to kind of bottom the mic out. And then just in case somebody sends me some spicy crunchy, I also put the limiter on the desktop. I went through a few videos on how to set up audio and kind of found through trial and error which one was the most relevant for me. I can send you that one and you can let me know if it works for you. More borscht? Yeah. Actually, I'm going to take a quick break before we start this next quest. I'm going to wander away for like 2 minutes, 3 minutes maybe. We're just going to grab another hydration. Be right back. There we go. Okay. Yeah, audio solutions were pretty important because I have a condenser mic and an open floor plan in here. So you could like, when the channel was just open, you could hear someone crinkling chips in another room. Like somehow I'd be sitting here and you would just hear from the couch. Yeah, I'm just gonna start a small fund and whatever needs upgrading the most. Right now this old mic seems to be holding up okay. I think what I'm in most dire need of right now is probably better lighting solutions, but you know, like now that I got a better diffuser on the ring light, I think we might be okay for a bit. Yeah, do you use a donation program or a donation platform other than just linking Twitch and Streamlabs through PayPal? The lighting situation was pretty bad for a few days. I got the idea to use different diffusion by putting a wife beater over the ring light, and that worked for a day or two. But I ordered a better diffuser after that. The problem with the lighting situation is that I am far too white to be using a green screen. The way light reflects off of the green, and you need light, right? But the way the light reflects off the green dilutes the green and adds some white to it. But I'm so white that if you start removing some of the white along with the green, it starts eating into my face. So I have to be very, very careful with the way I use lighting. Oh yeah, no worries. I saw that whole thing go down. The intersection of shady practices and cancel culture really hit Streamlabs pretty hard. Motivated me to learn how to do everything on multiple platforms. Because I actually started on OBS Studio and everybody was like, no, Streamlabs is for gamers. My overlay is actually through Stream Elements, so I should be able to hook that up pretty easily. I haven't been using the overlay for this because I wanted fewer interruptions for the MSQ. I tend to talk a lot less during the main scenario parts. Till afterwards, anyway. Ooh, thank you. Yeah, right now my only goal for streaming for profit is if I can afford to replace components faster than they will prevent me from streaming, I'm calling it a win. If I could sustain myself as a full-time streamer, I would gladly do it. But I have a feeling that my general approach does not lend itself to the millions of masses. I think I could maybe get like 1,000 true believers. I go very slow with things. I'm very thorough with things. The fact that I'm not picking up that blue quest and I'm going up here to finish this quest so I can stick with the narrative is already, I know, going to drive certain people mad. Just wasting time. Inefficient. And when I start playing horror games, there's going to be a lot of people who are like, Moose, you've checked this room 3 times already. As I'm like, I know, but maybe something changed. At least in 14, I think people are used to me being really thorough and getting all of the information. Even if I don't process it all the first time around, I'm archiving it. And I'm going to go over it again and again and again. I will absolutely do the Silent Hill games, and I will absolutely bring you. Silent Hill and Fatal Frame are up there. Fatal Frame would actually is gonna be a really fun one, I think, because so much of the Final Fantasy fan base is into Japanese culture. And Fatal Frame is a wonderful game for learning about the basics of kind of the Japanese worldview, Japanese spirituality, Japanese horror, Shinto, Buddhism. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can learn from that game series because without that knowledge, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Hell yeah. Wait, why isn't Fatal Frame 1 streamable for you? Sarah and I did like a no viewers stream together of Fatal Frame 1 and it worked okay. I'm really looking forward to that one because if you can understand Fatal Frame, you understand enough about Shinto to understand why Gridania is the way it is, which changes your whole perspective, kind of. Oh. Okay, see, I never tried to use lock-on, and then, no, the final boss was definitely borked, but I just had to fight her facing one specific direction, and it worked out okay. It is very unlikely that you will hate Fatal Frame if you like other horror games. The way that the mechanics are designed is just brilliant. Like, the only way to get the maximum damage and most effective mechanically out of it is to do the things that are scary. So it's like it's a very slow, tense burn and not kind of something like you get from Outlast. What is a kill the pasty? Choker bro, please. Get that. Oh, yeah, Suda did 4. Well, if you're only trying to get the Suda 51 entry, that's gonna be, let's see which... Goichi Suda only worked on 4, and 4 is standalone, so you shouldn't have to do the whole series. You shouldn't even need to do 1. Like, Fatal Frame 4 doesn't share much continuity with any of the others. Continuity? Well, in that case, I strongly encourage it. Goichi Suda's part in 4 is legendary too. It was supposed to be like a 3-way split in the story. Hold on. So what happened was Fatal Frame 4 was going to be the first one that was off of the PlayStation series. Like, they were released on multiple platforms, but they were like primarily a PlayStation thing. And it was going to be the first one with Nintendo, the first one on the Wii, and they combined a whole bunch of forces together and they got Grasshopper Studios involved. And there were 3 people who were writing the scenario, and they all played off of each other and kept changing their ideas. And Goichi Suda was busy with another project and left his part until kind of the end. He turned his in late, and the guy who asked him to come work on it read it and was like, "Oh, this is terrible. This is splatter horror. This isn't ghost horror. This is terrible." And he like deleted it from his email and purged it from his hard drive and just erased it from the face of the planet. And then he felt bad and rebuilt the entire thing from the ground up within his own world, kind of. And so they had to rewrite a whole bunch of stuff, and it's super obvious in the game because there's all sorts of lore issues. And then at the end of it, Suda was just like, yeah, this is what I had in mind. I think that is what it was. I think. I have a very bad memory of it, but I have an interview somewhere. Oh, I'm gonna mute for a sec while this scene plays. When I sat down, I pulled the black off of the red. No, the illusion is ruined. There we go. Immersion ruined. This is the 4th NPC that's brought up Garly in Reconstruction. Something's going on. This is definitely happening. Half the NPCs I've talked to have talked about it. Wait, are you pro diadem? Oh wait, you like grinds, don't you? Are you one of the people that like the monotonous, repetitive nature of diadem makes the brain go brr, brr? Yeah, Who's Your Daddy was the name of this quest. We've been reuniting a family. They were guardians for the royal family. Didn't work out well for them, but... Just call it diadem and dissociation machine. This one gonna be a chain too. No, this one just seems to be a delivery quest. Oh no. Oh, I did. Damn it. I ran right by that last one that's right in the north. I'm sorry, we're gonna go get it. Hey, I respect the mind-numbing nature of some stuff. I was just at a point in my life when that was released that anything that didn't have tangible rewards and was just existing to numb my mind and feel good as an activity made me feel very anxious and guilty. Freaking pandemic. I look calm, but don't let it fool you. I am an anxious mess. Right now is okay. Thankfully, Crystal Mom gave me an anxiety flower at the start of this story. So I'm already vibing. Yeah. It's an all the emotions flower, but it will always be the anxiety flower to me. Because the scene murdered me in real time. If you weren't here for that particular moment, what happened? Oh, right, I got off the thing. Stop following the person. Great, yeah, not even paying attention. If you weren't here for that moment, what happened was this gardener comes up and he's like, hey, these flowers react to emotions. You don't seem to believe me. And I joked, yeah, doesn't look like it has anxiety. And then his next line was, this color reflects anxiety. I was like, wow, way to murder me. I love how many of the non-Garlean NPCs are giving the Garleans props for being able to live here now that they've seen it in person. Like, wow, this place really does suck. They must be hardy. No, they were very, very close to avoid Raubon Wall. Or very careful to avoid it. What they've done since then is they make sure that there are no solo instances within the first few levels of the patch, because that's what did everybody in. And then they follow the Heavensward pattern of splitting the MSQ into two branches and letting you do both. But since 50% go one way and 50% go the other way, 100% of people aren't trying to do anything. And when you do those two things at the same time and then put the first dungeon behind the fork, so they have to do both legs of the fork, you decrease the likelihood that there's going to be any one real bottleneck of content. Raubon Savage happened because they put a solo instance way too early in the story. If you did Heavensward, you already experienced one of those forks where you could go to Western Kurthus or into the Sea of Clouds. And then Stormblood had a fork, and now this one has a fork. Yeah, they put Raubon Savage before the fork, and that messed everything up. This one, they didn't. They had Shadowbringers too. They did a really good job with balancing that out. The only issue this time was the lobby server could not handle the demand. There is so much demand to play this game. Once you get into the game, it's running great. Oh no, oh, I was close. Okay, once you get into the game, everything's great. It's just, can you get into the game? Which I had, what, 9 hours of fighting the queue today? Oh, nuts. There is more. Oh. That's a second layer of noise suppression. I've also I've also very quietly got a kill switch attached to 2 buttons on my mouse. So in case anything's like going too weird, I can just like lean forward and bam, no sound. I'm awkward and have anxiety. I'm already gonna end up on stream fails at some point, right? Maybe not increase my chances by not having a kill switch on the mic. How many of these quests are there? There's at least 2 more because we don't have one of the ether currents. Oh, the last one comes from the MSQ? That's good to know. I actually may need some... We've been going for like 4 hours here, and I should cut the video within the next hour at least. So I may need some advice about when the best place to cut that would be. The last MSQ I did. Strange Bedfellows. Yeah, Roxy. I'm just streaming whenever I can stream. I actually didn't anticipate anybody would be tuning in because, I mean, everybody wants to enjoy the game in their own way. So this is mostly just to record it and move the live reactions over to YouTube and get some practice using kind of the programs and the general feel of streaming and all that kind of stuff. And we'll do some more serious community scheduled stuff later if it goes well, like if it's something people want to do. I'll make a more consistent time schedule. We'll figure out what people actually want to do. I know doing campfire streams where we do like Q&As and research and answer questions live is going to be something a lot of people want to do later. Do you think when I see the several cutscenes will now play in succession, I just cut it there and leave this as a majority side quests stream? All right, we can do that. I'll make it a quick cut, like 5 minutes tops, whatever it takes for the stream to conclude that we're over, and shove it into the list. And then I'll load it right back up again, and we'll do the customary moose fade in, fade out, and just keep going. I'm really, really anxious to see where the MSQ goes in general, because the pattern that's been holding so far is that the fan base came up with a lot of predictions, and a lot of them irked me in terms of the things that they ignore to get it done, like the precedent that it would ignore to get it done. And I'm like, well, I think that would be cool and it would be surprising, but I don't know how we would get there because of XYZ. So if we account for X, Y, and Z, here's what I would expect to encounter. And what I have experienced in the story so far is that Square Enix is not doing any of the stuff I would expect, and yet they're not bumping into many of my concerns either. They seem to have been looking out for a lot of the same issues that I was, which is really, really fun. So it looks like no one's getting what they expected. Which, frankly, at the tail end of an 11-year story is pretty impressive. I think it might be time to cut. I think the Amon reveal caught me really off guard, but in an impressed way. So like Amon had an awkward part in the story. Fan Daniel has an awkward part in the story. We expected more of Amon and didn't get it. Like tying them together and forcing it to work, even though he allegedly spent 5,000 years in the tower. And what's the deal with the voice changes is a good question. I can run through. Like, were you here for any of my rambling theories about the voice changes? Because we haven't gotten there yet on mine. Yeah, if you're going through my videos, you will definitely hear me ramble about my theories. Because I connected my theories about what's going on with the voice changes to some observations I made about Logriff, Nabriale, Skaya, kind of all of them, trying to make sense of all of them in context. Okay, we seem to have cleared everything. So what I'm gonna do is this is the one you said to take a break, in from the cold. All right. Cool. What we're gonna do here is I'm gonna shut everything down so that it moves this stream over into the I can shove it off to YouTube in one block thing. And then within 5 minutes we'll bring it back up like nothing happened and continue on. If it is late for you and you're realizing this is your moment to duck out, thank you so much for coming and have a great night. I will see you whenever you show back up. If you show back up, if you continue on with us, we'll be here in like 5 minutes.